Good morning, everyone. It's September 22, 2023, 9:30 in the morning. The market just opened and we're here just finishing up our watch list. So we have BABA. I'm still finishing up my pre-market high and pre-market low level. And we have a lot of time because we are not doing any opening range breakup or breakdown. So we still have some time to finish our levels. So let's look at what SPY is doing first. So let's see here. SPY is up by 0.19% or 0.8 T cents. So SPY has a little bit of a pullback here. So pre-market high on SPY is 433 and pre-market low in SPY is at 431.59. So let's look into this. So right now, SPY is an inside bar and BABA, let's see what BABA's doing. BABA is a gap up by 3.9%. So very strong at the pre-market, but let's look at if it's able to sustain that strength. Looks like just in between our pre-market high and pre-market low. Tesla had a rejection on R4. So that's Tesla. We're watching AMD as well. AMD is an inside bar. If you look at the daily, daily looks like the same as the SPY. So if it's an inside bar, expect that it will be a range kind of day. So once it reaches the range, then it's just gonna go back and forth. Same thing with the SPY. SPY looks like it had a very good move to the downside yesterday. So if you were trading yesterday, I hope you were able to catch that move to the downside. So NVIDIA did test the pre-market high, but look at how wiki that thing is. And then XBEV is just almost like flat here. Already broke pre-market low here, but there's no trade to take here because this is a gap up, so relatively it should be strong, but right now you can just see some bunch of algorithms as well. So NEO and then ATVI is a float of 738 million, so this is not a low float stock. It is trading 3.2 million shares right now. What sector is this? Information, up by 1.9%, so not a lot. All right, so that's the level there. CCG is a move of, yeah, this is a garbage stock. MLGO, float of 381,000. This one is a low float stock. Don't want to touch this one. This one is garbage. Plus, it's a gap up and you don't even have a chance to short this one. Not shortable on my platform. So I'm using Interactive Broker and DAS. And for Interactive Broker, there's no shares to borrow. So CVNA, it's a gap up by 4.6%. Not a lot of volume right now. It's just above 500,000 shares. With Carvana, that's not a lot, but we're not watching a lot, so let's just put in our levels there. This one looks like it did found a bottom right here, 43.64. All right, so BABA is just trading above the VWAP right here, but very small move. The move here is just from 87.14 to 7.70. All right, SPY. SPY looks like it's about to test yesterday's low. Look at this daily right here. So yesterday's low is at 431.37, which is, yeah. Look at this huge gap down right here. The last time we have touched that level was back in June of this year. So won't be surprised if that level is touched. So this is my watch list. Let's see if I can share my watch list here. This is the one that I am currently watching. And those are the levels. So if you can see here, BABA is just playing around. Let me get my... So no trades yet on me. It's just 7 minutes after the market opened. Pre-market high, pre-market low, BABA, we're in the middle. Tesla, we just broke the pre-market low. So AMD, we just broke the pre-market low here. Amazon is in the range, broke that pre-market high, but now is having a pullback. Nvidia, we have a level there and we're just in between. XPEV, we just broke the pre-market low. NEO, in between. ATV, we are still in between with ATV, because if we unzoom this one, our level is still here. And then let's see, AMD is in, yeah, pre-market low. We just broke that. Tesla playing around the pre-market low here. So no trades to take. Let's let's wait if SPY is gonna bounce. But look at how tiny the candlestick is for SPY for the daily. So with that very tiny movement with the SPY, expect it will be a choppy day. So that's what happens once you get to have those very big move. We got that very big move 2 days. So that's what happened. All right. So let's look. Tesla is about to just test the yesterday's low, which is at 254.59. BABA was strong. AMD inside bar. Amazon another inside bar. Nvidia another inside bar. XPEV in the daily looks like it's filling the gap. NEO almost an inside bar. ATVI 4 million shares. Float is 738 million, so not a low float stock, but it's only moving by 30 cents, so not a lot of movements with ATVI. CCG, Nothing here as well. CBNA. CBNA. CBNA very wicky. So big wick. So far, the one that's interesting, BABA in the daily looks like it had. So now that you have seen my watch list, let me now share what I'm looking at here. So my watch lists are the following: BABA, Tesla, AMD, Amazon, Nvidia, XPEV, NEO, ATVI. And then now let's analyze them closely. BABA, look at this one. It is on that moving average. But look at the wick at the 15 minutes. That will be hard to trade. So I don't like that. Tesla just broke the yesterday's low at 254. Let's look at the level here. The next level here is, we do have that wick right there. 251.5 is the next level, but that is also dependent on SPY, whether SPY have found a bottom. This one still has a potential to go to the pre-market low, and then after that pre-market low, potential to test yesterday's low. So nothing here. Amazon, big inside bar. Nvidia, just inside this candlestick. XPEV, potential is if this one filled the gap, first is 16.2, test again the 15.88, that can be a good support there. NEO, just filled the gap here. It opened a little above yesterday's high, but now filling the gap. ATVI, this is the one that's just moving like less than 50 cents, not even worth trading. CBNA had that gap up at 45.28, but now testing the pre-market low. I don't like that this is so high or that long wick. Right now, what it did was it tested the pre-market low and looks like it found the support there, but that's not a strong support because look at how many days it had been so weak, and this one has a higher probability to test the low of this body and the low of yesterday, which is 41. So no trades to take. Tesla, let's see. So yeah, let's just analyze what we can see. Tesla already broke yesterday's low, 254.11. Now is at 251.98 is the low of this candlestick. And then what is the level right here? Yeah, there's not even any sign of reversing here. So strategy today is to look at the 15 minutes, and it would be an easier trade if we look at the 15. Nvidia, big wick. XPEV, filling the gap here at the daily. NEO, Let me change this one to my 5 minutes. Did we find a support on Tesla? Okay, Tesla is about to go above this S3. So 251 Tesla can be a potential to the long if it goes above 253.88, and if it goes above as well with a SPY. So SPY still is struggling here. So this one is a potential long for Tesla if Tesla goes to 53.83. So potential to the long at 253.9. Let's see, do we have the volume? Volume is not there yet. Nvidia is breaking out, so we'll try to do a long here. 253. Just gonna be a small position if it goes above that S3. Let's see, we don't have that volume there. Let's see, SPY is having a VWAP test. So here, just, okay, so let's see, did not get my orders filled. So small position on Tesla here. Small position, we have that hammer right there. Stop loss here is just below the body of this candlestick. So 252.92. So entry with Tesla is at 253.97, which is that S3, and stop loss is it, so just that small position, 252.88. Now what I don't like about this is there's not a lot of volume, so that's why stop loss is there. All right, so stop loss is there. Let's see, SPY is having a little bit of a pullback there. Tesla just doesn't have the volume yet, so that's why I do have that S3. So entry is that S3 on the 5 minutes. Average cost is at 253.97. Very small position with a stop loss 252.85. So Tesla is struggling here. I don't see any bid and ask. There's no imbalance. So this one can go either way as well. So that's why we do have our stop loss at 252.86. Nvidia is squeezing up. At the same time, AMD as well. Tesla here is just really struggling. But we did had a big move to the downside. So let's see if this is gonna start to pick up the volume. SPY is already above the VWAP. it's reassuring that this candlestick here is a white candlestick, but in case it stops us out, our stop loss is at 252.88. So very close to getting stop out, and yeah, I got stop out with Tesla. Let's see the SPY having a pullback too, and okay, so that trade right there did not work. Let's see if it will test the support again. Where is the support here? We have our low of the day at S4. AMD got a rejection as well. Let's see, NEO, did we find a bottom on NEO? 860, so that's 15 cents move. Okay, so Tesla, re-entering Tesla here. Small position. So I did re-enter Tesla after it stopped me out with that first white candlestick in the 5 minutes. What I saw there was it created that wick at the bottom. This one still gonna be a tight stop loss. And I only did a small position. So now we're struggling again in that VWAP. So the stop loss here is going to be the same one. It's going to be at 252.83, giving it a couple of cents. So stop loss is also still basing on this because the wick is so big that if I have used the wick, then I'm risking a lot. Now, the disadvantage there is I can get stop out easily as well, but if I risk that much, then if this one doesn't work, it will be a very big on my capital. So that's why just trying to see if SPY though is having a pullback as well, so that's not going to help this trade. But yeah, very small share size here. If you can notice here, I only have 200. So Tesla still struggling. Tesla is down by 1.7 cents or $1.70. Now, based on your strategy, if you see some confirmation, for me, if I see some confirmation, that's the time that I get to add to my position. But it's also not incorrect to just keep your position. In that way, you can still keep your original stop loss. Because imagine if you add to your position, then your average cost is going to be higher. That means you have to mitigate your risk by moving your stop loss. So that's why it's also is a strategy to just keep your position and let it run. So we have that moving average, which acted as a zone of resistance there. We are now a little, just at the VWAP here. SPY. Let's see if this one will break the support at S3 or not. But yeah, it just looks so weak. That was a big dump right here. So stop loss is still there, 252. We did have that pickup of a volume. But comparing this volume to this volume, this one still is a lot. 15 minutes doesn't really give us a lot of information, just because although this one is lower than this one can just go under consolidation. Now the good stop loss here is of course the low of the day, but if you put your stop loss below the low of the day, that's just giving you so much risk just because of that long wick. And that's the reason why I don't like entering a trade that has a long wick. Because if you have a long wick, where do you put your stop loss, right? This long wick right there. So that's why a small wick is still better than the big one. Because imagine if this is just a small wick, so your stop loss is here, entry is here. So that can give you a higher, low risk, higher probability trade. So typically, Tesla, with the movement that it can do, 266, 262, with this just the body, it's a $4 move. SPY, what is SPY doing? SPY can still test the low of yesterday, or it can just consolidate. But let's see if this Tesla trade will work. Tesla did test the S3, and that S3 have buyers that stepped in, and that's the reason why we have that wick that was formed. Now, are we able to sustain that support? We don't really know. That's why we still have that stop loss right there. What we can see is we do have that first white candlestick, the second one, and then now we are above the support, that S3 that we just broke. So we're definitely just under consolidation. Now my stop loss here can easily just get tested, considering that the wick is all the way down here. So that is the difference of 252.85, 252.30.3. So 20 cents with a 200 times 20 cents. That's actually, if I just move this one here, I'm only adding another $40 risk for that move, which is, let's say 252.83 minus 252.28 times 200, 110. So yeah, moving it here, I'm risking $110 more. But let's see, SPY, at least is now above the VWAP. Tesla, looking at the 15 minutes, we have at least this move right here. Will that sustain it? We don't know yet. Now moving this one to the low of this wick is just gonna give me another $110 risk. So now I'm thinking, is that even worth it? I do see a bunch of orders here at the bid. So that is very, very weak, very bearish. So it can test as well the body here in the 15 minutes. So that body here in the 15 minutes can serve as a good support. Now my stop loss is even below that body at 252. Let's see, 252.29. Let's look at the daily if we have any support here. Stop loss here is this wick. Looking at the daily. So I'm just gonna put in 253.78, 253.78. So that is the entry right there. Just change the background so I get to see how is my trade doing. I don't like the pink. It looks like my pre-market low. So let's change it to this. All right, so that's my entry right there. In that way, I can eyeball it whether I am up my entry or low. So stop loss is right there. Nvidia having a pullback here. So yeah, no big move happening. BABA is just testing the high of the day. So what I like here is, although we're having a pullback here, look at our 15 minutes. This one is still lower than this. This one is still lower than this. So we still have So what happened with the SPY is SPY had a little bit of a pullback and then now just went higher again. So if I was aggressive, I could have add on this position 253, but I was looking at a different stock, so I did not get to add. But let's see. So I haven't moved my stop loss yet. My stop loss is still here. The reason for being is look at how weaky Tesla trade is. The good place to have add here is at 254.44 because now those traders who are looking at the 15 minutes are now seeing this and seeing the potential to this. So that means they're gonna fire, add to the fire of this trade, which has a very good potential to the long because of the movements that it had for a couple of days, 3 days that it had been very weak. It did form a new low and see I don't like the volume here. That's a very big volume to be red. But look at the support that we formed here. We now have 253 as a support there. Now we're testing the high of this consolidation, 254.75, which is, we already formed a new high compared from this candlestick. So imagine as well that the next resistance, next ceiling that we have is at 255. So this 255 right there, that level is our pre-market low. It tested here. So once we get to test that pre-market low, pass through that, then this trade is going to be a one good trade. There you go. So now we are doing pretty good with this trade. So only one trade so far. We are just in Tesla trade. We do have resistance there. That's totally normal. Now, let's see. So Tesla have I made any partial yet? I haven't had any partial yet because my position is just so small, 200. So I haven't had any partial yet. So how do we move our stop loss? Our stop loss, all right, so initially, okay, so this is my stop loss here. How you move your stop loss is you look at the next support. Next support here is this level right here, which is this candlestick, right? So I move my stop loss there now. So that means stop loss now is at 253. Now, once this candle is finished forming, which is in the next 8 minutes, once this one finish forming, and what I'm hoping is the next candlestick is going to be like this, that's the time now to move your stop loss right here. And if it's too far from this candlestick, then it's time to move your stop loss right here. But that's how you move your stop loss conservatively. In that way, you still get to capture the move. Now, if I have a big position with Tesla, then I could have at least some partial, but with a small position like this, it's just going to be a trailing stop. So manual trailing stop is moving my stop loss, manually. So SPY have reached that R3, so that one is acting as a resistance there. Tesla have that moving average. What I've been looking at before as well is Disney. So let's look at what Disney, because this one will give Tesla some time. So Disney, just an inside bar here. What I like about Disney and what I've been trading Disney before is because of this higher high, higher low. But no trades to take here, inside bar. So going back to Tesla, we still have 6 minutes before this candlestick closes. But look at how this is not as clean because you have your wick right here. You have your wick, and look at the wick right here. It's almost even, right? You have your body right there, but the wick is almost even. The only thing that I like here is we're still above the VWAP. So your VWAP is here. We're still in that trend, right? Now, I don't like that big rejection there, but that's just part of consolidation. That is a strong support there because that's the pre-market low. So we now have a new 5 minutes candlestick here that formed, but we are above the moving average here. So yeah, once we have a new candlestick in the 15, time to move that stop loss. But let's see if does this one have the potential for continuation? At this point, it can still go anywhere. Let's look at what other stocks are doing. Other stocks, well, this one is an inside bar, so we really cannot correlate that, because Tesla, although it was an inside bar, but it went all the way and already went below yesterday's low. Look at the volume here. Volume here started to pick up, right? This one right here, small volume on that little red candlestick there. So it could be just those who went long here took some profit here. What I would like to see is a big candlestick to the upside when this one has a push. SPY has a little bit of a pullback. SPY is on testing that R3 at the 1 minute. Let's look at BABA. 5 minutes here, nothing to trade. Back to Tesla. Tesla, 5 minutes is still higher high, higher low. I just need Tesla to retest this level. So if Tesla retests to 55.69, this is gonna be a good trade. Let's look at Tesla from a higher time frame. Yeah, Tesla had been so weak for the last whole week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 days, whole week. So rejection right there. SPY also has rejection there. We have 2 minutes before this candlestick closes. We're still under consolidation. Big orders sitting at the bid that can be very bearish. But you see how those price action works? So you have a big bid. That bid got filled, and then once it gets filled, then we get the pushed up. So that's how you take a look at your bid and your ask. So right now we're printing 254.82, 84. So there's no imbalance here. There's orders here. So expect some pullback, which we are doing. We're still at the VWAP right there. Big orders here, couple more pullbacks. SPY as well is having a pullback right here. Look at this big wick. So less than 1 minute before this one closes. I would prefer that this one at least close above the pre-market low, and that way once I move my stop loss right here, at least I'm not so close to getting stop out, but at least I give it some potential for the move. Okay, so this is the big rejection right there. Of course, we're down to 10 seconds before this one closes and gives us another one. SPY is just having a very big pullback right here. Not a lot of volume though. So let's see here. Will this stop me out? SPY just had a big rejection there. So it's now back to my break even there. But look at that. It just get bought so quickly as well. But that's why I don't want to add to this position, because I don't want to move my stop loss. So I can give some time for this to consolidate. So if you have a big position, for you to mitigate your risk, you're gonna have to have a tight stop loss. Since my stop loss here is all the way down here, I did not want to add, because adding to my position, I need to have a tighter stop loss. So now let's see here. So imagine I was looking for a Tesla to move a little bit higher than this. In that way, I can move my stop loss, right? But so this is how you get to determine where to move your stop loss. If I move my stop loss now here, when the price action is so close to that stop loss, then I am not giving it some room for this to move. We have, this one is still a big volume bar to the selling. This is still an inverted hammer, although not the perfect one because we have a wick right here. I am keeping my stop loss in this next support here, so we get some room for this to try to figure out what it wants to do. Looking at SPY had a big rejection. So let's see if Tesla is going to do that as well. Volume here is, yeah, the volume is just not there. Next support here is 253.46. Now will that support becomes a bouncing point where traders are going to pick it up at that level and then have this shoot up? Let's see, 250. So what we can see in the 5 minutes here is this level, the S3, is acting as a support. Now once we broke that support, then yeah, that would mean that the next support is the 253, which is right here. So still under consolidation. If I was aggressive, I could have added to this position, but yeah, it's just so weaky. Let's look at other stock here. Nvidia, nothing really. So how do we analyze this? The 15 minutes, look at this trend, right? So still higher high or higher low, because the low is high from the previous low. Although this is so close, look at this one. Look at the trend here. Very, very little angle for that little push up. Okay, Nvidia. Look at Nvidia here. Nvidia though is a high price stock, but look at the 5 minutes. Okay, look at this one. So this one has a good potential, but it's a high price stock. I have my trade in Tesla, so yeah, I cannot touch this one. But this one, Amazon as well. Look at this one. Amazon, the 5 minutes, 130. Stop loss 130.60. So entry 130.64. Stop loss 130.37. So 30 cents. But let's look at the daily. So look at the 5 minutes here. 5 minutes looks like bullish, but look at your daily. Daily looks like it's just gonna fill the gap, or not fill the gap because it's already inside bar, but go and test the low of the day here. Okay, so Nvidia here. Yeah, so this 14418. So it looks, let's see our Tesla here. Still there. Big order sitting right here at the bid. 50 to 80. Let's see if we can find another trade. This one is just filling the gap. Nvidia here. Yeah, this one was a high probability trade. Look at the volume that came in at that hammer. And Tesla just consolidating here. So let's look at Tesla. I don't like about Tesla is this. So we're still in that consolidation. Once we have on that consolidation right here, at the tip of this consolidation, one way or the other, it has to make a decision whether to go up or to go down. Now, those who went long here at this level using the 15 minutes, yeah, they're already feeling the pain because this one is already on that low end of this. But let's see if it's gonna find a support. Let's look at the volume bar here. Now volume is dying here, so I don't like that. If we have a low volume, expect some consolidation to happen. Unless SPY decides to push higher, we need some catalyst for this to move pushed higher, and that is SPY. So look at Nvidia. We call it out when it was just in the hammer, and look at this one now. So that's how you spot a good trade. BABA just have a new high of the day. And then Tesla, look at this wick, got bought again. So that wick got bought again, 253. And yeah, just under that consolidation. Now we're gonna test again the pre-market low, 255.02. Let's see. The thing about Tesla is, look at that liquidity, right? It's 33 million that is actively being traded today. Tesla has a float of 2.76 billion. So yeah, still has a lot of liquidity there. Disney, look at Disney here. 1.8, not a lot of volume. Thing that called my attention is this hammer, but volume is not there, so it can just not have the momentum. Amazon, this one as well, we formed that almost, although a big hammer there, but look at the potential here. It's now turning higher high. Neo, Nvidia now, 2 consecutive that are white, Disney, and Tesla is just consolidating. So not the most exciting trade with Tesla, just because yeah, we're just heading to that consolidation part. So Tesla is still down by 1.2%. We are still in the VWAP, here. Let me just set the alarm. I'm about to test the support again to 53. Yeah, that's a big drop right there. Big drop. Let's see if that support is gonna have some buyers. Just setting the alarm here. Testing again that support on Tesla. Okay, that's support. Let's see, support about to be broken. Next support here, 253.46. SPY is just consolidating as well. Look at this tiny, can't even see it, that move to 433, 431. With a SPY, that's a very small move with a SPY. So that kind of gives you what kind of day we have. If the SPY is just moving like 2-3 cents or $2-3, not a big move, so that can just be a bunch of consolidation. Now the thing that I don't like about here is look at the volume here. So it's just going to be heading to consolidation at this point. XPEV was a gap up. Let's see here. XPEV is a potential for a long here. It's a gap up. The volume is there. Tight stop loss here. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, entered long XPEV here. XPEV 16.49. It is a gap up. It formed this 9 EMA trade here. Stop loss here is tight. It is at 16.36. Volume bar right here. Look at how big the volume bar is. And you have that very tiny, almost looking like a doji. So that's good because you can have a tight stop loss. So tight stop loss here, 16.36. So stop loss in XPEV is just below this. The volume bar is there. At least have some momentum for it to go up. And Tesla is just consolidating. 10:30, so we have a new 15 minutes here. what I want to like to see is still a higher high, which is what's happening, although this is still the one that we're talking about. So once we have to go higher, you know, at one point, once we get to this dip, it's gonna make a decision to either go up or go down. I know that's sound like obviously, right? But yeah, that's just that power of consolidation right there. So the reason why I saw XBEV here is we have the 5 minutes, and look at how the 5 minutes looks like. You have the 5 minutes here, have a big volume bar. You have this is what we call a plus setup. You have a gap up. That gap up had a rejection, and then we formed this 9 EMA. It tested the 9 EMA, have a little doji right there. We're not at the VWAP, but yeah, that was a plus there. Some people or some traders can have some partial here that is 53 to 61. So we're just talking about less than 10 cents. So I will give this some time to run. Tesla still consolidating here. SPY here have found a direction to go higher. And then we have NVIDIA. NVIDIA have a nice push there. We saw it when this one was just about to happen at this hammer. And then now it did happen. Tesla still testing that support 253. So just bunch of consolidation. XBEV stalling at the VWAP here. 15 minutes is bullish because it has that hammer. SPY. Okay, the thing that is kind of concerning is SPY had now formed a new high of the day. SPY have formed a new high of the day, and our Tesla is still just cooking. So this can also just be a laggard. But yeah, SPY at least have went higher than the pre-market high here. So looking good there. Tesla hopefully was just a laggard here. So XBEV here is moving nicely. Again, this is the nice 9 EMA. We trade 9 EMA trade all the time. Amazon, look at this one, 130 to 131. Tesla now looking weak. Let's see. Is Tesla just being a laggard here? Because we're still higher high. Let's see. Did we get to test this level? So although it's very tiny move, but look at this one. This one is still lower than this by 253.64 by 0.04. So still is a higher high. Look at this one. We call it out when it was in this hammer, then got the push. We saw that one because of this hammer right there, and the volume bar. Now about to test the high of the day. Expect some pullback right there. XPEV here is working nicely. Expect that VWAP is going to act as either support or resistance. Volume here is dying when we're pushing up, so this can also just not have that much of momentum right now unless buyers start to pick this up at the VWAP. But yeah, expect some consolidation there. Okay, here we go. Tesla again, testing the low of the day or low of the pre-market. So yeah, we're just holding this Tesla trade. Now we get to see some moves because at least SPY decided to pick a side. So SPY decided to push higher. It's up by $2 now. And Tesla is about to test this level. This is the level that I was waiting for earlier. We now have that moving average right there. This one still has a big potential here because it looks like we did already form that low or that strong support. Okay, so XPEV just trying to manage this one. Since the volume is not there, this is the time of when should we move the stop loss, right? That's why it's not a straightforward answer. You have the volume that's dying here. You have the move from 9 EMA up to the VWAP. So that means this can also just have a potential for this to reject the VWAP because the volume is not supported. Now, once that's the case, you can definitely move your stop loss now just above your break even. So even if this one have a rejection in the VWAP, at least you get to protect whatever you have at the moment. Because if you don't see the momentum for this to even have that pushed higher, then there's no reason for you to just keep your position or have your stop loss at the initial stop loss, which is at this level. Because if you already see that the volume is not supported, then just protect whatever you have at the moment so it doesn't turn into a red trade. And that's when you will see me move my stop loss to that next support, next level. And the support that I'm using here is the 5 minutes, that 15 that 5 minutes. We have the VWAP there, so I have a support. I just put it right there at the moving average, just close to my entry as well, just so it still has giving it some room for this one to consolidate. So you always have to consider that movement of consolidation. Algorithms are there to provide liquidity, to provide those consolidations. So that's why you want to consider that. That's why sometimes I don't get too aggressive to move my stop loss, because if I see the potential for the move, just like Tesla, I should have moved this one, that stop loss right here, because we already have a 5 minutes there, and this 5 minutes I could have moved it. But look at how tight this 5 minutes is, right? This 5 minutes, look at this, and this is just inside that. If I move my stop loss right here, even if this one was starting to form, the probability for me to get stop out, because this is so close, is so high. That's why I kept my stop loss right here. So you have to consider that consolidation when you are moving your stop loss. Because sometimes I will tell like, oh, it's time to move the stop loss to the next 15 minutes low. So next 15 minutes low is here. But that is if your next 15 minutes candlestick is so far from your low of this previous 15 minutes candlestick. Because if it's too close, just like this, like couple of cents away, then that support can just get tested easily when this one was forming. So that's why I still have my support right here. Now, my entry is this blue line, so I still haven't even moved my blue line is my entry, but I haven't even moved my stop loss to my entry because of the reason is, look at how many times my entry got tested. It was tested here, it was tested here, it was tested here. Now, I don't want to get stopped out prematurely just because I did not consider the consolidation. So the consolidation is right here. So if I know that the consolidation is within that range, I'm going to stay away from that range. I still see the potential for Tesla to move. SPY already had a move. Tesla can be a laggard. Tesla looks like it had found a support at that low. It had been how many days now? Almost the whole week that Tesla has been so weak that, potentially we have found a support with Tesla. So that's why I don't get too aggressive in moving my stop loss here. Now, if this one worked against me, since my entry is here, then I'm still going to have that loss here. But that is the risk that I'm willing to take for the move to happen. But that's why stop loss is not going to be depending on the time. You have to consider a lot of factors for moving the stop loss. You have to consider, are we developing higher high? Are we developing just the consolidation? Is my entry just inside that consolidation? If my entry is inside that consolidation, then putting a stop loss in my entry or in the break even wouldn't make sense at all, because that means you will just get stopped out if you move your stop loss immediately in your break even. So that's why, when I tell about moving the stop loss to break even, you also have to consider the consolidation, the movement of the candlestick. So of course, if your entry is in the consolidation, then don't move your stop loss to break even yet, because understand that it's just consolidating and it will take its time, just like now what Tesla is doing. We're already up on this trade, but it's just a small position, so I'm willing to be in this trade longer than usual, just because I see as well the rest of the stock that is moving up. Now you see the rejection here. I'm just moving my stop loss above my break even here. Now this is a different scenario here, because I'm moving my stop loss above my break even because now it is not supported with this volume. Volume bar is dying when it was pushing up. So there's no momentum for this to go up. So all those things you have to consider in putting your stop loss. Sorry, I don't know whether I'm being redundant, but if you do have questions, please feel free to put it under comments. If you want us to analyze any stocks, put it under comments so we can analyze it. Look at Tesla. So if I got my stop loss at my break even, I should have been out of the trade, but because I kept my stop loss at the original stop loss, I'm still in the trade. We are up, good amount with Tesla because we have captured that move. But this is now above the VWAP. That's expected resistance. That's a moving average there. But now we are above your pre-market low. So the tides are turning. So that means there's no reason to exit this yet, but just keep trailing your stop. If this one, the next 15 minutes, which is going to happen, next 15 minutes candle, going to happen in the next 10 seconds, that's the time for me to move my stop loss right here at 253 because of that big move already. Because that means I'm at least giving this much of consolidation before I move or before I get stop out. So yeah, those are the things that you have to consider. Where are you gonna get stop out if you moved? So now, yeah, just moving this one. So stop loss now is right here. So yeah, we were able to capture this Tesla. So now it's moving nicely. We were able to get it good, or get a good price at what is my entry? Entry 253.78. So we're just sitting comfortably with Tesla. Expect now at this level we are above the pre-market low. That's another consolidation there. So another consolidation means another trailing. Nvidia just had a reversal here, very strong reversal here, by the way, because that's at 5 minutes with inverted hammer. So let's see if SPY still has some move to go here. Okay, so XPEV is a scalp. So it just moved from 1653 to 1657. So what is that? That's just a 0.04 cents. Nothing really, but it's a very small green trade. I did have 1,000 shares there, but that's how you make it not a red trade. What I saw when I moved my stop loss is this volume bar. So that was an enough indicator for me to know that this is not gonna push higher. So Tesla, we broke the high of this candlestick. So yeah, Tesla is a good trade. Let's see if we can have another trade. Look at this, big volume bar. Sorry, big candlestick, small volume bar here. This can just be a trap for the bulls. But this is gonna test still the high of the day, 131.8. So let it test the high of the day, 131.8. And then once it tests that, if it gives us an inverted hammer at that level, then can be a potential for a short if it is supported by volume. So Tesla. So now what I'll do is, so now we have broke higher than this wick. So with my watch list, I am switching it now to 15 minutes. We are at 10:48, just to silence those wick as well as the choppiness in the 5 minutes, the lower time frame. It's now time to switch it up to a higher time frame. So now Tesla working in our favor here. So yeah, I'm just gonna be holding this position right here. It's a small position. All right, so now that we have so far from our stop loss, now it's time to move the stop loss to my break even. So let's see here. Okay, moving my stop loss to break even, which is this. Break even is 253.78. Where is the place to take profit? Right now, I'm not partialing. I would like this to test high of the day, 257. It will not go there immediately. What I imagine is it's still gonna consolidate. We'll have some rejection there. It might go to the VWAP, some rejection there, but I'm giving this one some time to move. So now if this one doesn't work, I still have my stop loss at break even. So Nothing to lose here. Look at the XPEV. We were able to time it because of this volume bar. Volume bar was not there, and look at that, big rejection. But even before that big rejection happened, we were already out here with a small profit. NVIDIA have a little bit of a pullback and then pushed up. This is not sellers. This is just, well, not bears going in. This is just those that are covering their positions. NVIDIA. BABA, we now have that inverted hammer. So Tesla here is working nicely. Rejection there. Why is there a rejection? Look at the market. Market tested the high of the day, and we got a rejection in the high of the day. Big rejection there, 256, but we're still on the high in the middle of this line that we have created. Amazon, okay, this is the one that we were looking at. The reason why I was looking at this one is your high of the day is here, 131.77. The good price or place to short this one was if it tested the high of the day. But because this one is an anomaly, big candlestick, small volume bar, but this can test as well the high of the day. That's why if it tested the high of the day, that could have been a higher probability for a short. Look at the volume bar dying here when we're pushing up. So what is the trade here from 131.41? 130.26 there, but this can easily just test the high of the day. That's why you cannot just short this one. This can just be just some regular pullbacks. Volume was there, starting to pick up on Tesla. So Okay, so SPY still heading higher high, higher low, about to test the high of the day. Tesla rejection at R3. Expect some consolidation that's gonna happen here. So we just went higher than this candlestick here. Look at what SPY is doing. $98.20. This is gonna pop. Look at that move. All right, so we're consolidating here. This is just gonna pop. Let's see, big orders here. It's just gonna pop. So while I'm waiting for that pop, let me get my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, so just waiting for that pop. Let's see. Rejection. SPY is strong. So we're still higher high, higher low. Okay, so this is the first red candlestick here. SPY also have a little bit of a pullback here. AMD, let's see, is it time to do a reversal? It would be good for do a reversal if we have reached the top 98.58 or 98.81. Right now it's not a good time to do any reversal yet. Apple have reached the high of yesterday, which is this. Tesla still has some buyers coming in. AMD having a pullback here, but yeah, we still have a level on top of this that can be tested. So this one, it can just be because the SPY is having a pullback. So let me just get my coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's see. Tesla, this is the pop that we're waiting for. Got my coffee. Okay, so let's look at bid and the ask. Very nice, 255.93. This is gonna go to 256. Already filled by 256. Now if you look at the SPY is having a pullback. While SPY is having a pullback, now Tesla is going higher. So Tesla was the little bit of a laggard when SPY just moved higher. Tesla did not. So a little bit of a laggard is Tesla. AMD, look at this one. If we shorted AMD, then that was not a good short because right now it's still going up. So that's why you eliminate the trade, right? We cannot short that one because although it's looking short in the 5 minutes as well as the 15, but look at your daily. Daily, you still have this level right here. You still have this level as a resistance. So expect that it will test that resistance there before we created a rejection. So let's say, okay, but what if this one works? If we short it, it can, but the probability is low. So might as well just pick a trade that have a higher probability. That's why my thing here is let me have AMD test the high of this candlestick from yesterday, and then if it has a rejection there, then that's a good place to short. Now let's look at what we were looking at as well with Amazon. Amazon, this we were analyzing it earlier as well, that 5 minutes could have been a good short right here, but I did call out that we have a level right here, which is the high of the day, that I want Amazon to test this one first, see a rejection. Once it tests this high of the day, and if it has a rejection with that high of the day, first we created two resistance. We now created two double top, and did we have a double top as well with a high time frame? Let me just put my coffee here. Could be a potential for a short here. Yeah, we are heading to that high of yesterday. This is the high of yesterday right here. So potential for a short. So what I'm waiting for is give me an inverted hammer in the 5 minutes, especially in the 15 minutes. Give me a volume that's saying that bulls are done and bears are taking over. But right now, there's no trade to take. Look at how strong this 15 minutes is. So you don't want to run over by a train. This is so strong. So you look for a weakness. Tesla here working nicely. Time to move the stop loss because now it's so far from where my stop loss is. So now this one, if this tests the VWAP, have a rejection, I'm still gonna be green on this trade. Now I'm very conservatively moving my stop loss because I see the potential in Tesla here. We have the whole week of just Tesla just dumping, and today we have that test of this level for the daily, and after that daily is tested, then it just shoot up. So it can also just close green for the day. We're already up by 0.05%, can test the level 257. So yeah, has a potential. So I'm giving this one time to move. Plus the SPY is showing some signs of strength as well. Look at our Amazon. So this is the one that I was waiting for. So this is the wick. So even before it formed, already have that picture in my head that I will be interested to short Amazon once it formed that. So let's see if it can give us a entry to the short. Okay, so shorting Amazon here. Stop loss is just that high of the day. So tight stop loss there. So 132.05, just because I have 132.05. Very small position. Don't like about this is that big wick right there. But our entry is 131.58. So small position with 58 and 32. So around 50 cents risk. All right, so Tesla here having a big rejection. We're now back to the pre-market low. Let's see if it's, yeah, there's a big volume in bid, so that's gonna be a very weak. So Tesla now is red for the day, down by 0.7. Let's see, SPY still up by $1.70. Amazon, look at the move here. We were able to capture that one because even before this happened, we already have a level in mind that at this level, that's a double top, a top on the daily. That is a good potential for a short. Now expect this level now as another consolidation here. But this move right here took this 45 minutes for that consolidation. So another consolidation level here. We do have the VWAP right here. That's why I have my stop loss below the VWAP, because once this broke below the VWAP, then this one is not anymore a long but a short. 254.73 is the next bid there. So 73, it will go to that level. Broke that support. Apple, was looking at this one earlier because of that double top, but I did not take it. Look at how big that rejection that happened to the SPY after it tested the high of the day, then big rejection here. So we're now at the VWAP, still have a bunch of bids here. Still gonna be a pullback there. Did SPY find a support? Already have that big move, all over low, lower. We're now at the VWAP. If this one goes below the VWAP, then yeah, that's gonna be more of a bearish. Expect form a double bottom right here, but there's no volume here. So yeah, expect no movement there. Tesla to support to have the VWAP as a support because it already broke the pre-market low. SPY, on the other hand, have that hammer right here and then just push up. Double bottom here. Yeah, that's the thing about XPEP though. It's not moving as much. 17. So the movement is from 17 all the way to 16. We're talking about 70 cents. Testing the VWAP again. So if this one stopped me out, that still is going to be a green because my entry is 253. Very close to getting stop out. Gonna give it a little room here. Just closing my stop loss closer to my break even. Just because if I look at SPY had a little bit of a pullback, formed that hammer there. So looking for, because my break even is at 253. So this is still above my break even. Just needed to give it some room for that move. Let's see, stop loss is at 254.03. We're now at the VWAP. Let me just have this candlestick closes and then we can discuss what happened here. Just because I'm still, so the stop loss is 254, entry is at 253.78, so just couple of cents. SPY, look at SPY. SPY just have a little bit of pullback, but now it's still going up. So that's why thought process here is with that 25 cents of putting this stop loss above my break even, is that even worth it not to put this trade at the break even or the stop loss at the break even, since SPY just formed a hammer to the top and this one can easily just stop me out with that 25 cents. So with that 25 cents, rather than me re-entering the trade, I am thinking of just putting the stop loss at the break even here, since willing to do a stop loss just at the break even to see if this one still has the potential. So I place my stop loss at the break even. So let's see here. We're now at the break even. We have 10 minutes before this next candlestick. All right, so my entry is at 253.8. Initially, I have my stop loss above my break even, but looking at the SPY, look at what the SPY did, have a little bit of a pullback, and then after the pullback had shoot up. So now if I kept my stop loss, I did not average down, but if I kept my stop loss just at 25 cents above my break even, then I could have stopped out at this wick right here. But that's why I look at it very closely, mitigate the risk, and try to see the pros and cons. So if I would just rather just get that 25 cents and run away, then I could have gotten that. But if Tesla still has a potential for this to move higher, then making my stop loss at the break even makes more sense if SPY has that is also on my side, which at this point have that hammer right here. That's why I just kept my stop loss at the break even rather than running away with 25 cents with my stop loss right here. Why don't I just have my stop loss at the break even? In that way, if it stopped me out, it still is a break even trade, but rather than just running away with my 25 cents with the Tesla, which is a good mover, I would rather be stop out at the break even than run away with the 25 cents. Seeing the potential here because of the SPY. We do have that rejection at the VWAP. So Amazon here, just consolidating. Trying to see this Amazon trade as well. I do have a resistance right here. Just because this one is too far from this resistance, I'm just gonna lower down my wrist here. If this one doesn't work, so at least I have a tight stop loss. My trading station have it in range. That's why every time I have to move it, I have to make sure that it's on top of each other, so I don't get two orders there. So 131.84 is the stop loss. All right, so let's go back to this Tesla trade. Let me just have this one close, this 5 minutes here, before we go back to that stop loss explanation, just so for those who have a question with that stop loss. Twenty seconds before this one closes, and then we'll dissect again that stop loss. What time is it? 11:30. I do have a meeting at 12:15, so I will be off for 12:15 to 1:15, and then we'll be back. All right, so earlier, let's see here. SPY having another pullback here. Volume bar, not a lot. All right, so my entry is this blue line right here, right? That 253 point, the exact average cost is 253.78. So that is my entry there. Now, I was trailing my stop with all this consolidation, I move it first to this body and then to this low of this wick. And then I did move it just below this VWAP. Now, after I move it to the VWAP, let me get my pen. After I move it to the VWAP, which is close to the VWAP, which is this, right? If that one stopped me out, I still have like around 25 cents that profit. Now, that 25 cents risk, or two options is, should I just run away with that 25 cents? With this low share size, I would rather still be in the trade. And the reason for being is, let's look at the SPY. So let's see, what time is this? Tesla, 11:15. Look at the SPY, 11:15. This one, 11:15 right here. Look at this. This is what I saw with the SPY. SPY formed this hammer. So that wick right there was a little bit of a pullback. After the pullback, it shoot up. So if I see that little bit of a wick that's being bought by buyers, buyers are stepping in. Thought process here is, my initial stop loss was right here. Look at how that support was tested, right at the penny. Initial stop loss was right here. Entry is this. I needed to move my stop loss to the break even, which I lower it down, which, by the way, that's not a average, averaging down, because I still have my stop loss at my break even. I just needed to have a room for this stock to move, because what I saw with the SPY is a hammer right here. So a little bit of a pullback, buyer step in. As soon as I saw that buyer step in, this is going to be testing the support that I have here. I was so close of getting stop out. As soon as I move my stop loss lower than the initial one, which is stop loss is at break even, look at what it did. It tested that level. After it tested, then it shoot right up. So instead of getting stop out, getting 25 cents and running away with that 25 cents, which for this one still has a potential to move because SPY just formed that hammer. So this one still can test this high of this consolidation and can test this level. Instead of getting stop out, I just move it, the stop loss to my break even, and still I'm in the trade. So that's the good thing about having an entry right at the penny, or a very good entry. Because imagine if my entry is not at this level, at the 253.78, then my break even, if I'm late by just 50 cents, then my entry is going to be right here. And my break even, if I move my stop loss, is going to be right here. That could have stopped me out. That's why it's very important not to chase a stock, because it will give you a lower probability and a higher risk of getting stop out. But since I have a good entry, still have some room for this to go, I'm still at that break even. So yeah, that's why I'm still in the trade. So now let's see this consolidation. We are heading to a consolidation because of the volume here. So not a lot of volume. SPY looks very promising because we are now developing a new high of the day. And yeah, very strong here, up by $2.50. And let's see. So let's see if we can find a different trade. Apple is forming a double top. But Apple looks strong still, although the volume bar is dying on, let's see, 5 minutes. In Amazon trade, we are at this is my entry here is at this 131.58. So yeah, just consolidating there. This support have been tested a couple of times, so volume is not there when we're pushing up. So this still has a potential to move lower. So still is in that trade. This is the double top that I was talking about with the 5 minutes first. The second, not a lot of volume there. We can just head to consolidation here with this time of the day, 11:38. Can just be under consolidation. Now we do have that low of the day or pre-market low as a support. So imagine how this wick right here was formed, right? You have the sellers came in, and then those buyers was just waiting for a good entry here. So at 254, they started to pick this stock up. So they keep buying, and we got to have that little bit of a pop. Volume there is not a lot, so this can just consolidate, but we are in a very good position here because we have a good entry, so just keeping that small position. So CCG was, what is the float? This one is a new stock, new company, just opened this week. Short selling restriction. I was just watching this one, but there's no trade to take here. I don't like trading this one because it's only like 5-year old, in the market. So there's not really a level that you can play here. 5 minute or 5 days data is not a lot of data for you to put your levels for, your support, your resistance. So I just like looking at it and kind of see, the price movement. So it moved from 24, it was initially from 14. So those who are, playing this, the IPOs, they could have made money at the first day if they were allowed to short it with their broker. It's in a short selling restriction. So here it's only shortable by 100,000. So it still is able to be shortable, but again, there's no levels to take here to place just because it's just an IPO by last Monday. So no levels there. So yeah, I just like watching it and kind of like imagining, like, look at that price level. It went from 13 all the way to 24, $10. But yeah, it's hard to make money out of that. So not gonna risk my trade with this. And I think that's also is a good practice. You kind of like just look at that at the same time, that you're not FOMOing, right? You don't have that fear of missing out that, oh, who cares if it moves $10? Who cares if it moved by $50? If your strategy doesn't fit this move, then you have no business of being in this trade. AMD, double top here, 98.4. Big wick, a lot of volume. So at this point, we're just heading to 12 noon, bunch of consolidation here. So not a lot of movements here. Tesla still in that consolidation. This concern here is it did not even have the capacity to test the high of this candlestick at 256 and already have a rejection there at 255. So can be a weak stock now. SPY just formed a new high of the day, 434, and then got a rejection there. Look at what Apple did. You have the double top, the 5 minutes. How it looks like is you have 176 have that rejection. Now we did have that rejection again, but nothing to trade, nothing to take there. Amazon is now working here, entry. About to test that support again. There's a lot of orders sitting right here at the bid, so that's very bearish. Oh, that's gonna help this trade. SPY having a pullback. So let's look at what SPY is doing. SPY is having this pullback, right? The 5 minutes. When we have that pullback, let's look at Tesla. SPY is having a pullback and Tesla is just in this consolidation right here. We're still above pre-market low. Just looking at, we have a bunch of asks in Tesla, which is very bullish. 255.70 is the next destination there, and then 255.75. Now I'm just looking at this. We have a big order sitting right here. So let's see, did that one got canceled? Look at this one, 184. So you always have to add 2 zeros. Starting to go up here, so that's 255.90. Okay, let's see if that order is still there, whether that order was canceled. 256. So we have a big order at 256. 256 right here. Amazon is already working in our favor here. AMD have a nice rejection at that double top. Now SPY, can that sustain this reversal to the short? This one, not a lot of volume to convince me that this is really a reversal. Could be those profit takers only that went long here and taking some profit here. All right, did we get our fill? So let's just see. We have the big order sitting at 256 right here. So 256 is the high of this. Apple having that pullback after it formed that double top. So first top, second top, forming that double top. Now has a pullback. Now it's below the moving average. AMD, this one now is volume. Okay, now it lost the pre-market high, so still short this. Nvidia, look at this one, tapping. About to break that support below that moving average now. Okay, so while I'm looking at Tesla here, which is doing absolutely nothing, it is just consolidating here. Yeah, let me just have my bar and I'll be right back, but I'll just still be in the background. So Apple having that good short, but I did not take that short. Amazon is working. So the trade that we took here was the short here because of that double tap that we were waiting for, which is working very nicely. Back to the Tesla. Still consolidating here. Amazon, now time to move your stop loss to break even. So moving my stop loss lower than my break even. Nvidia now. Lowering down my stop loss in Amazon. Big rejection in Tesla. Lowering down my stop loss in Amazon because it's already have that big move. Big rejection in Spire. Amazon. Just lowering my stop loss in Amazon. So was just eating this bar. It's really sweet. Okay, so back to Tesla. That's a big volume bar right here. Amazon. We already we trail our stop. We are now stop loss is at the VWAP. Market tested this level and got bought. We're still in our Tesla trade, very patient with this trade. Volume bar here is huge. So we do have a bid sitting at 255. So that's going to be the next destination here. So pullback is going to happen. SPY has that pullback as well. Big pullback here. SPY, this will test the VWAP here. Okay, gonna test again the VWAP there. Look at what happened to SPY. Big movement right there. So since we are short with Amazon, this is just the time to move that to that body of this 5-minute candlestick, just trailing that stop. Now the VWAP here, will that act as a support? SPY. So let's just watch the price action with Tesla. So at the VWAP, we still have a bunch of orders sitting at the bid, so that's very bearish. So yeah, it will go to 254.60. SPY here, big rejection at this level. We did capture this move with Amazon. Let's see, it will retest the support here to 54.31. Question is, are buyers gonna step in with this level? Huge candlestick here for that 15 minutes. SPY is about to test the VWAP. This is the support that we were talking about. It's about to test that 254.15. 15 cents away from testing that support. This is support. Still a bunch of bids sitting here. So that support right there, if this support right here is broken, then that would be very close to getting stop out here, because my break even here is at 253.81. Now look at what SPY is. SPY has that VWAP as a support. If this support is broken, then let's see, it can, because we have a lot of bid here. Let's see if we can see any anomaly with the volume. That's a big volume. Okay, so it's a big candlestick. Volume is there. So I have a meeting in the next 15 minutes. So what I'll do is I'll just mute the mic, but I'll still be on this Tesla trade and just gonna be monitoring it, as well as the Amazon trade. Amazon, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. Very close to getting stop out with Amazon. Stop out is at 131.09. So see if this is gonna fill our orders. So big rejection here. So now we have a rejection at VWAP. So 12 is a time for consolidation here. Time is at 12:04. This is gonna break that support. Very close to getting stop out here. Yeah, SPY is just very bearish here. About to get stop out. Giving this one some room. With this wick right here. So 253.78 is my average costs, and my stop loss is at 62. So I am risking less than 78, 63. What is that? Like less than 20 cents. I do have a support right here at 253.47. Orders right here. We do have that S3 right there. Willing to move this, giving it 78 cents. Let's see, 46. Yeah, willing to risk 30 cents here. SPY. Okay, giving it some 30 cents here. Look at what SPY did. SPY have that form that support at the VWAP. So that's why I'm giving it some time. All right, what time is it? 12:07. So let's see, stop loss is $253.45, this level right here. So I'm risking 42 with 78 cents. So 36 cents risk here. 36 cents. SPY have found that support at the VWAP. So risking 36 cents with only 200 shares, so that's less than 100. All right, so let me just prepare for that meeting. I'll be right back. right, so just very close to getting stop out with Tesla, just monitoring this one. So small position with a stop loss of 253. So risking less than a dollar, or sorry, less than $100 here for the move. It actually gave us that 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio already when it goes to right here, which is 253 all the way to 256. That's also already a $3 move there. Did not get to have a partial. I was waiting for a bigger move, but of course it did had that reversal on me now. SPY, what I'm waiting for a SPY is to have that VWAP to become a good support. In that way, Tesla can also have that support since getting very close to that sap out. So in about 2 minutes, I am just gonna mute my mic here just because I'm gonna attend a meeting, but yeah, it's still gonna be on the whole time just so we get to see whether this trade works versus if it's gonna stop me out. Okay, volume picked up here with SPY 1215. So yeah, we'll take a look whether this is gonna stop me out or not. Stop loss, do I have a logical one? Which 250. Stop loss there at 253.38. So point 9 minus entry here is 253.78 times 200. All right, so risking $78 for this trade. All right, so let me mute my mic and I'll be right back. All right, so Tesla looks like it had um, Tesla stopped me out, and I tried to do another long, which it did not work, so it stopped me out again. And looks like just from that higher time frame, yeah, very weak here. So let's see if we can find an easier trade. Apple have that very nice wick right there. Is Pi already still up by 1.94? Apple here could have been a good short at 176. We still have the low of the day here is 252.19. Big order 252.80, which was absorbed. What is SPY? So I'm waiting for Tesla to test the low of the day, which is 252. Baba here looking weak. Thinking of doing a short here in Baba. Okay, so short at Baba here. We do have this wick doji right here. Disney is not moving as much. It's just 4.7. Baba here, we did short it here at 88 because of that. So a little late. The good entry here would have been at 88.43. My entry here is at 88.38. So 38, that's the entry. The good short is at 88.43. So I'm late by 0.05 cents, which I'm okay with that. The next support here is this moving average. Okay, Tesla here testing the low of the day. Would like to see how this react at the low of the day, 252.16. Yeah, Tesla is just so weak here. Still has a lot of bid here in Tesla, so this one still has a room for this to go lower. Wanted to add if it was closer to my entry, but let's see if this is going to give me an opportunity for an add. Okay, here's Tesla. Now, there you go. Tested that. Let's see, did it created a double bottom yet? 252.16. We're heading there. Then we're heading even lower, 252.14. So now we have created 252.13. That's the next destination. Wow, look at this move. So let's see if what is our next support here. We do have this candlestick right here, 251.36. Baba is already working, but it's just a small position there. So we broke that S4. Now, did we find a support? We are now in this new low of the day, 251. Baba worked already in our favor. I wish I had bigger shares in Baba. So Baba here had worked nicely. Time to move my stop loss. Lower than my break even. So now I just have that support right there. Tesla. Let's see, look at the volume here. Those stop loss that was here was triggered, and yeah, that one got hit. Let's see if we have found a level here. Tesla still going down. Plug. Lower low. No trades to take here. Alright, Tesla, look at this one. Look at the dump here. Those who were short, you have been yeah, you have a very good setup here for the short. But right now, there's no trade to take. If you were short all the way up here, that's a good thing. So next support here is this S3. Look at how big that candlestick is. Now we're heading to 251. 251 right there. Still has a bunch of bid. We're still not done heading lower. SPY is heading on the VWAP right here. Let's see if SPY as well as the Tesla have a bounce here. We still have big order at the bid. S3 support there. Okay. Not a high risk, not a high probability trade here, but entered a small position at Tesla there. That support at the S3, 251.03, entry here now is 251.48. I got stop out with BABA with a small profit there. See if Tesla's gonna stop me out, the low of the day. Low of the day is 250. So stop loss here is at 250.90. Very close to getting stop out. So 250.9. Okay, I'm out Tesla. Tesla is still not done. Heading lower. So yeah, no position at this point. Still has a lot of bid in Tesla, so this one is still not done. So the reversal here happens at 251.57. So let's see if this one is gonna go at that area, 251.60. That will be the sign of reversal. Otherwise, it's still not done heading out or heading down. We have the support there, the S3. Okay, just re-entered along here. This is still a high risk trade, so you don't have to take this one. Stop loss is the low of the day. $250.65 is the stop loss. $64 is the stop loss. Okay, yeah, out there. Thinking of reshorting this one at this level, 88.37. Okay, reshorting BABA here. Add it to my position there. Small position. So for BABA, I re-entered short. 88.31 is the stop. Is the entry. Disney. Testing this support right here. Disney created a new low. BABA is already working here. This is the average cost that I have. So first short got step out. That was a little bit of a profit. Re-entered short, and now this is working in our favor. Found a support right here with BABA. First reversal here with Tesla. SPY looks like it had found its bottom. Amazon, look at this nice hammer right here. Did we find a bottom yet? Pre-market low acted as a support. Amazon looking interesting here for a bounce to the long. Let's see, SPY is heading lower. BABA here is working nicely. Trying to see if this is gonna give me a feel. Looks like this is about to test that pre-market low. Disney down by 1%. Next support 81.63. So this is the entry to the short. Expect some consolidation here. Trying to see if we have found a support in Amazon. Potential here if it goes above 129.85. Let's just put our stop loss here. Already have that. It's just a little move though. So stop loss is lower than my break even. This can still test that low of yesterday. Big volume right here. So BABA is working nicely. So BABA is working nicely here, trailing my stop. So BABA is working nicely here, lowering down my stop loss again. Support next in Disney is 81.63. Waiting for this to break the VWAP. Amazon about to touch yesterday's price, 129.28, which is that closing price, 129. Disney as well, getting very interesting. That support right there, 81.62. So Disney as well as Amazon, good potential for a bounce because we are heading to, let's see here, that low of yesterday. We just touched that. Support is there, 129. Now, are we holding that support or gonna go lower than that? We do have a bunch of bids at 129.29, so it still is heading lower here. BABA is working. So BABA, let me look for a next level to lower my, okay, lowering my stop loss, 88.17 now. Amazon. Got a little bit of a bounce. SPY, look at this SPY. SPY is also below, well, yesterday's low. BABA, just lowering down my stop loss. Amazon. Very close to getting stop out with BABA, but that already have worked in our favor. Amazon looking for a bounce here. Let's see, are we bouncing? We already created a wick. 129.35. Okay, so ready to get out of the trade here with BABA. We do have that hammer, so went out, so that trade worked out. We do have this in Doji right here in Tesla. So let's see if SPY have found the bottom. Okay, entering in Tesla. Tesla. Entry here to 50.22. Amazon here. This is the bounce that we're waiting for, as well as Disney. We did have that doji here. What happened to our SPY? All right, so this one is a potential to the long if it goes above 129.54. Not showing the reversal, that price that I'm waiting for, 129.54. Just trying to manage my Tesla trade here. $249.63 is the stop loss here. Very close to getting stop out. Okay, out of this. Yeah, Tesla is not ready for a bounce. AMD had a good V reversal here. Look at this one. Amazon here. We have now formed lower than yesterday's low. Disney, the same thing. We have that level. That level have been touched two days ago, and this level right here, September 8th. Big volume with that push. Okay, Amazon looking good here for a long. Entry here is above this wick 129.50. $129.50 is the entry for a long for Amazon. Okay, so entered long Amazon. stop loss is below this doji here. Disney, this has a potential once this goes above 81.71 would be a good reversal because it had touched that support once first, second, and then we have a support here. Okay, small position Disney to the long. You have that hammer right there. Stop loss here is at 81.61. So let's just put that stop loss. Now I have a very small position. I am just gonna do 81.60 as the stop loss. Amazon here is working. We just passed through that pre-market low. The thing that I saw with Amazon is Amazon tested yesterday's low. Baba, we were able to capture the move from this level 88.35 all the way to 88.10. So like a 25 cents move there. So Disney, let's see if this is gonna stop me out. Amazon is working nicely. Stop loss here is low of this wick, 129.16. Neo looks like a good long here. This one was the trigger here. Big volume bar, 852. This one is a good long here, but I do have two open positions, so it's not letting me. But the trigger here is it created that almost double bottom. Look at the volume right here. So entry here is at 852 long. Stop loss is just below here, so 850, 848. So 0.06 risk. So all right, I'll be right back. All right, so Disney, yeah, this one looks like we did find a bottom here in Disney. So this one is even a good place to add 81.73 to the long. You have that hammer right there. You have the double bottom from the daily as well as the, well, first bottom, second bottom. So looking at the higher time frame, that is a very good trade, Disney. AMD formed that V reversal about to test this level. Alright, so let me turn on our Benzinga here because right now we are just consolidating. Very close to getting stop out.
by the end of the contract. That's STLA.
Very close to getting step out. B reversal here, AMD. Look at this V reversal right here. There's no trade to take care. This one is still very strong to the downside. Trying to see when I could add to my position here in Disney. So I added to my position here in Disney. So AMD formed this 15 minutes almost looking first white candlestick after we have that V reversal. So I just entered long. So entry here is at 96.09. Tesla eventually got this reversal here. 247.16 entry, stop loss 246.44. I'm in AMD trade, so I did not get to re-enter Tesla. AMD already working here with this reversal. using the 15 minutes. So you have this big V reversal, and then first 15 minutes to show some sign of reversal is this one. All right, I'll be right back. Let me just get my salad. right, so we're back. Power hour. We already had a push with the SPY. SPY had that big push at 3. So yeah, power hour. We are still in AMD trade. Entry here, 96.08. Such a long day today. Look at Disney. This is the one that I was waiting for earlier. Got that move there, but I got stop out. Wow. Wow, Disney pushed up here, but AMD trade is working. Look at this move right here. Baba retesting this level, 88.58. We are above the VWAP in the SPY. AMD close to the VWAP. We have 96. Yeah. We are at the R3 at SPY. Some resistance there. Look at the Disney. It did touch that couple of touches to that support. So Baba here looking looking weak. AMD giving us that moved. Trying to put the stop loss. Baba is the one that's looking weak right here just because of this big candlestick with not a lot of volume bar. Just moving my stop loss here. This level right here is the pre-market low. This is the weakness that I was talking about on Baba. I just cannot take the trade yet because I'm still in AMD. AMD is still pushing up. We have 96.68 here. That will be the next 68 test of this level. SPY have this strength right here. Very big candlestick. Volume came. Tesla finally found the bottom here, 245. So Tesla now 15 minutes is a long. Moving my stop loss here, just trailing my stop. Did not want to turn this one into a Tesla trade like what happened earlier. Let's see this one. This one is a good short. Once it goes below 88.43, stop loss is 88.55. If AMD trade stops me out, then I am gonna enter short Baba. Tesla, this is the one that I was mentioning, that it is now it formed that double bottom, so Tesla now is a long. About to test the high of this candlestick, 96.70. Actually thinking some let's see the SPY, the daily SPY. I'm thinking of swinging an AMD. So I am just, I'm gonna sell 50% of my position at 96.51. Baba, good short. Still very bullish here, 96.78 here. Stop loss here, 96.51. Initially wanted to keep some long position, but I wanted to go into Baba as well for a short. So this one now is a good entry to a short, 88.45. Stop loss 88.54. SPY still consolidating in this R3. If we have a push in SPY, which looks like we are about to, because we have that VWAP, then that's gonna help AMD trade. So AMD found a new high there, past this consolidation here. Trailed my stop again. BABA, so yeah, this is the good short right there. Moving my stop loss here. Trailing it in the 5 minutes. Nvidia is still strong. Trailing my stop again. I'm very close to getting stop out. This one looks like we have that top wick. Moving my stop loss. Okay to get stop out here. Very close to getting stop out. $0.02 of getting stop out. So this one, yeah, this one is still a good entry to the short, 88.45. I am waiting to get stop out by with AMD so I can start short with BABA. SPY has a pullback, so that's gonna give a pullback as well here in AMD. Just move my stop loss again to that low. Still bearish here. SPY pulling back. Rejection at R3 with the SPY. Come on. Did not get me fill. Still is strong, which is okay. So I need this one to break for 96.78. And we just did. Okay, resistance there because that's the high of this candlestick. So about to test this, our resistance there. Moving average there. 8. SPY is above VWAP. That's helping this AMD trade. Moving average. Strong resistance there. Stop loss here, 96.62. SPY still is very strong. Okay, broke that moving average. 2 minutes before we have a new 5 minutes candlestick here. We have 40 minutes in the market. This one, look at that big push. So still is very strong here. trailing my stop behind that move. So now I'm below the body of this. We have a moving average there. R3 acted as a resistance there, very close to getting stop out. SPY just had a rejection at pre-market high. About to get stop out here. Stop loss 72. Oh, I did not get to share the other screen, sorry. So yeah, so this is what I'm doing, just trailing my stop. So trailing stops, big volume there. SPY have a big push. Now a little bit of a pullback. This is pre-market high. Okay, so I got stop out with AMD. So that was a good trade. Apple have a pullback. Okay, so now with that big of a push, I'm waiting for a short. In BABA here. Time is it? We have 30 minutes before the market close. So the anomaly here, let's see. What's the stop loss if we do short? 88.58. But let's see, we're looking for signs of weakness here. SPY just had a pullback at pre-market high. $561, 88.51. Okay, SPY having a pullback under 1 minute. 851, 88.49 here. $51, we're now 50. 88.45 would be a good entry to the short, because that means we're getting lower than this level, 88.45. So hands is on the trigger to short BABA. Testing this level. 49 now, 48. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. $48. So we're consolidating 48, 49. Looking for, okay, that's a print of 50, so 51. We're still heading higher. $50, big orders there. We have stacks of bid now. 50. Another pullback with the SPY. We're now in the 5 minutes pullback. SPY 49 now. So trying to see the tape print at 88.45 so I can short this one at the momentum. SPY having another pullback. SPY looking very bearish now. 5 minutes. So 50. Every time this one gets lower, it gets bought back up. So 88.50, 49. $48. Looking for any other stocks that's easier to trade for a short. Nvidia, nothing there. 48. Okay, we're now in the red. Okay, so entering short at BABA. Stop loss here 88, just a little above this double top. Of course there's a high there, but that's too high, so stop loss is at 88.60. SPY 5 minutes. Entry here is 88.48. Expect consolidation there. It's already been consolidating for a while. So 48, so around 50, risking 20 cents. Risking less than 100. Trying to see if there's any other easier trade since we have only 30 minutes left. Okay, stop loss is 88.60. Bid right here. .05, I'm getting stop out. Volume here is depleting on the push, but we only have 30 added to my position here. So that volume bar right here was the indicator there. So SPY is have that inverted hammer, and that's the time that we shorted BABA as well. So BABA, since I added to my position, 88.46 is my entry. Stop loss here is the high of this wick, 88.55. So 88.46 is my entry. Stop loss right now is 88.56. 88.56 is, if I can type it correctly. So risking 0.10. And I have 8, so risking $80 here. Only have 800 shares. AMD here, we were able to capture this move right here, but trailed my stop when it is about to have a reversal, was out here at the reversal, which is now heading lower. SPY is heading lower as well. That helps our BABA trade here, holding that moving average 88.41. We have 25 minutes left, so only risking $80 here. This is the stop loss, so tight stop loss here. I'm not even gonna be using this level because we do have a couple of resistance here. So resistance, resistance, resistance. So we're just choosing the highest of among those close resistance. Look at AMD here. AMD good short at 96.62, but that is if SPY is gonna continue heading lower. At this time, SPY can do whatever it wants as well. BABA was a little bit more on a higher probability because BABA had been up by 5.1%. So those who were long would sell their position. So that's kind of like the reasoning behind this as well. Big volume bar at this level. So this one looks good. Stop loss is still that $80 there. Look at this one. This is the one that I was talking about. Short here, then it also depends on the SPY. Is the SPY still gonna have a room to go lower when we are just less than 30 minutes? So depending on what the SPY is gonna do, unlike BABA, you have two things that's in your favor. SPY is having a little bit of a pullback, even if that is just a scalp or a short-lived pullback, but given that it's up by 5.1%, then those who were long will try to close their position before the market closes, and that's why we do have those power hour happening. Big volume bar right here, that's 161,000 shares that were actively traded at this candlestick. We are now below the moving average. We do have bid sitting at 88.37. So that's our next, let's see here if it doesn't get picked up, but that can be the potential destination there. Let's see if we have any other trades that we can take. We have 20 minutes. Disney had a pullback us here as well. If this one comes closer to my break even, I would like to add to this position. So if it pops to 88.45, we would like to add to that. Highest here is 42. $49. Perfect entry is 45 for the add. Did not give me that field to add. Come on, go to 42 so I can add to the short. did not give me an ad at 42. Okay, so what is the potential move here? It will test the support 88.33. View up here 88. That's why I wanted to add to that position. Look at that move. That's the big volume right there. Wish I had more shares. That next level 88.25 is the next, and we do have volume. We do have bids here of 25, so that's the next destination there. This one is working nicely. I wish I had more shares, but did not give me that add-on to that 88.41. So I was risking $80 here. It's now 160, so that's already 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. SPY is still heading lower, so we still have a potential for that to move lower. AMD, look at this one. As soon as we get out, then we're heading lower there. BABA, testing that support. Look at how big that candlestick is. So this one is working nicely. Let's see, do we have any other trades to take before the market closes? AMD, I'm interested in, is it a good swing for AMD? 430. We're still heading lower here. We do have a support at the VWAP here, so let's see if we're gonna bounce off the VWAP. Hopefully we go even lower, because I am short. So now it's time to put in that stop loss. So stop loss here. That's my break even, lowering it down. We're using the 5 minutes. So just trailing my stop here, just the high of the current level candlestick, because we already have that big move. So 8846, 8833. We still have a bunch of bid right here. SPY is working with us because we have that big rejection with the SPY.
It's amazing. Tesla. So it's close to 350. That's the other reason. I get really
So
binary.
this one
Binary
is still
means
working.
like no ifs, ands, or buts. Like don't diddle around,
Just
don't
trailing my
scalp.
stop
Like it's either
here.
working all the way or it's not.
already
At
had
around
that big
350, I
move.
usually feel that.
So
like whether we should be getting to the low of
at
the day.
any
This is gonna
time I can
continue.
get stopped
and we
out
can just
here.
hold it right into 350.
Expect that this is
Or
going to be a
it's going to
support
break back up
because
and do
that's
that
a
dance
pre-market
with.
high.
I don't even know why Sharif says the
Lots
dance with
of
no pants, and I was
volume
about
right
to say
there.
it myself because it doesn't
So
actually make
that
any
can
sense.
bounce
So
there as well.
anyways,
Totally
and we can just do
fine.
the dance in the range that we were
captured
doing.
that
Why that's a
most of
dance
the
with no
move
pants, only
here.
Sharif can tell you.
Yeah.
Early look was 365 million to
So
sell.
8815, no
Let's see
imbalance
what else
here.
is happening here. I'm just looking about Nvidia. Someone had asked me about
Disney-
Nvidia. I saw
Disney
that
had a big
short.
rejection as well
Yeah, it was at
after that
420, wasn't
pushed.
it? Whoa.
Wow, look at this thing.
What just happened?
Oh, let me just look at the.
Yeah,
So,
it just I saw a wave of below the bids kind of
is-
just come
look
in,
at this
crossing
big
into
dump
the
right
But that's
here.
not
getting
real.
taken out.
So we
I mean,
like
take a look
that
at the
because we are
NQ.
short
It's wipe. It's
BABA.
literally wiping. So
So
that
we were
move, that rip up
able
that
to
we
time
did, we
BABA
talked about that potential
right
for it being
at
like
that right
just
on top
pressure
of that
from
because
covering.
of this reversal
No,
that we get to see.
like I'm looking at this NVIDIA
All
chart.
right,
I'm like,
we
I don't have
have
another
a little
charting
bit
source. You
of
have
some
trade.
struggle
There's no
there.
chance that that wick is real the full
SPY
time.
On NVIDIA?
still is heading lower.
That did not happen.
We're now red in the
Right?
SPY.
Like that's because if that was even
and
remotely
needed to
true,
move
wick?
even
right here
more
at
as
245,
expected.
215.
This
It
is
probably
acting
only
as
went to
a strong
412. Either way, that's a
support,
reversal
pre-market
candle. It doesn't
high.
matter.
413.
413.
I'm waiting
Oh, so
for
the bottom's
this one
right
to
here.
break the
Yeah,
what a
VWAP,
bounce.
Okay, that wick's
not
88.14. My stop
But I
loss
can get rid of it
is
if it
at
cares. It'll probably crash straight away, too.
88.23.
Market
So
heading back to the
very
bottom. That
close
was a
as
good
well
short
to
at
getting
420.
step
I
out,
don't
but
know if you
SPY
can't
right
work something
here
off
is just
419 for a stair
dumping.
step down. Like if we're going back to the
So
bottom, I think we're retesting flat on the
that's
NASDAQ or
helping.
red on the
Okay,
NASDAQ.
so,
like I said, I like Tesla. I do
profit
want to check
takers
back in.
as
This was
well
the other
here
short
who
that I
were
liked, which
short.
was
So let's see if this is gonna stop me
sometimes
out.
it'd be like that.
Oh wow, we're really coming in now.
That
Okay, so
JPM,
that stopped me
man.
out.
That JPM at VWAP.
Got all
I say this all the
failed.
time. Like sometimes getting out
So
right at
that one
VWAP
was
is a
a
really bad
good
idea
Move Apple.
because
double
oftentimes the
bottom here.
rolls happening at VWAP and some of the best
So looking
fills.
again now to the
if
early
you like
market
the
on closed
direction of the
imbalance,
trade,
now sitting at
oftentimes
1.1
stocks that are
billion for
stepping
the sell
down,
side.
the fills over VWAP are some of the best.
Let's
It's a
see if
weird
we
thing to
can
say.
have
It's a
one
bad
more
place to put
trade.
stops, and I still put one there
Tesla
anyways.
have formed a double bottom.
I'm not sure how I
here.
would have done it differently, but I got to think about that because that's not a short I should have given up on. Not really sure.
Yeah, I think
I had to have a stop. It's just that was a bad one. I should still be short that.
I got out of. Remember, I was like, okay, I had the
Okay,
first
let's
trigger
see.
to kind of
Gonna-
get the short, and I was like, oh,
We
70s
have
bidding,
15 minutes
get out.
entering.
And I even said, I'm gonna
Long
wait.
Tesla
I'm gonna
here.
wait because I have limited risk
We
left
have 1, 2,
on the day,
3,
and I take that one
triple
trade,
bottom
and
here
look at
with
it's coming
Tesla.
in. I mean, I have no idea,
Stop
but
loss here
clearly
is just
I covered way too early.
245.25.
Similar story there.
But hold on, you covered it
Let's
flat.
trade here because we
not
only have
really
15
flat.
minutes
I
left
think we
before
made
the
about
market
2 pennies
closes.
on that trade because like I had the short in the 80s right here, 129.80s. It drops into the 60s, rebids 70s, and then we're automatically it just slaps through 75. I'm like, okay, I don't want to take that.
chart out.
34.
Right, just a little left.
No, you know that. Well, that's far enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Like full screen there.
45, 41.
That's like a perfect entry. You just got to give it to the top at least.
So we just have
Yeah.
Like
14
it's
minutes
worked
before the
consolidated
market
before. Like
closes.
that's, and at this time of day, like that's like it works or it doesn't. And if it works, it's giving
it's
you a
gonna
dollar.
go. Yeah, exactly. Clearly.
No, that's a great entry. You just gotta, you know what?
I think
don't
this
even
was
worry about
buying
where
pressure.
don't even worry about where your risk is at that situation. The trade's the trade.
So
Yeah,
stop
exactly.
Trade's
loss
gonna trade
is
itself.
right
Nobody,
there.
the market doesn't care what your P&Ls or what you're sitting at. You just gotta. That was a great entry. It was.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, great entry, rudimentary exit. So
Oh, I do that all the time.
it's something we're working on. But yeah, Neil, definitely have to consider that just again when there's not much risk left on the day. We were talking about how you can get these certain. I guess we're all human. You get a little emotional, but we were talking about this with Sharif yesterday. Like, yeah, there are certain stimuli that can trigger those
Bond is still
emotions, but the
heading
trade, if
lower
the trade is
after
the
it's
trade,
stepping out.
I have to just take the trade, regardless of, okay, sure, I have to manage risk well at the same time, but if the trade is like good and I'm patiently waiting and I'm like, okay, this might be
Spike's
it,
still
and
heading
there's a little bit
lower.
of fugaze to start off with,
It's fair. I'll
Yeah.
tell you this right now.
I
Like
should give it some space. You're right.
I actually
Definitely right.
got best at just sort of losing as part of the cost of doing business.
course, yeah.
Like that was. I'm not telling anybody to go ahead and do this, but
So
like
this
when I was
one
playing a lot of
having that
poker,
support at
that is when that
245.94.
drove it home. And I was just like, okay, because the good thing about like trading's trading, the market's going to do what's going to do, but in
Spike just
poker, like
created
you
a
will
triple
take beats that
bottom
are
as
just it's
well.
objectively a bad beat. Like if
And
you lose on a
then
trade, like you
have it
can't
as a
say,
support.
oh, that was a bad beat. Like let's look at JPM for a second. Market low of the day, by the way. But let's like at JPM, like I can't say that that's a bad beat. Like it ran my like I put a stop in it, ran my stop, and it went a little bit higher. Like I can't complain about that. Like obviously it was a bad out, and I should have managed a way back in or maybe done better with that trade. But it's not like if I had pocket
Low of the
aces
day
and you
SPY.
called due 7, and objectively I did the
Low of
right
the
thing, you
day.
did the wrong thing. Like it's so different. When you take enough of those hits, suddenly everything is just make a decision.
Yeah.
Just make a decision, and if you believe it's a positive expectancy, so be it. And if you lose, who cares?
Right.
Right, like one thing I'll tell you is
Moving my stop
I
loss
genuinely
here,
hope
don't
you
like
can
that
never
it's
tell
consolidating.
if it's a really, like it's just a trade, and I feel as if it's a massive
Big order,
loss or small
200,
loss. I'm just mad if I made a bad decision. And I'm like, I'm asking myself, why did I make that decision and what could I have done better? And you'll see me do that all the time. And it doesn't really make a difference, small, big, whatever, beginning of the day, end of the day. It's just more about make a bunch of quality decisions over the long haul, and it's going to work out for you. And again, I am not endorsing anybody to go out and play a bunch of poker to get better at trading. Gambling is bad.
I mean, speaking of which, we got to have more poker nights here at the floor.
Oh, you don't want none of that, son.
Oh, why not?
Because
I've only been to 2 so far, and I've been here over like just over a year now. No, we definitely have to. I was talking to Wayne back there.
We do have to.
We should do like a monthly at least, or at the very least a quarterly poker game.
I don't
4
have a
times a
problem.
year is not bad.
45.77.
I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with this.
I
So
think
we have 10
definitely,
minutes
yeah.
left.
I just need
Yeah.
time in advance. It's like once you have kids, like a busy schedule, and giving
Yeah,
up
for
those
sure.
evenings
Spy found
can be
support.
tricky.
Or
Like Fridays,
30.63.
Fridays like movie night at our house. It's like it's hard to give that up, but yeah, you're right about that. Like it's a lot of fun. Like, one of the things we gotta do more social things. The poker. Like there's some
Balloons
legendary
right
nights
there.
on this trading floor for poker nights, and we always play with
just
Moving on to the
created
market
a
on
new-
closing balance. Last time this week,
listening,
currently
whoever's
sitting at
listening.
5.1
But
billion
yeah,
to
so
the
1
sell
minute
side.
to the imbalances.
So again, that's the market on closing balance for the
what we got
NYSE
here?
on this Friday.
I mean, so far,
5.1
there's some
billion
early
to
looks,
sell.
but nothing. I mean, there's names in there like Coke, but the early looks on New York is nothing that I think I'm terribly interested in. It's the NASDAQ names that we care about, but some early looks there,
Stop
MMP,
loss very close.
SU, but nothing
Getting
terribly
step
interesting.
out
Can
here.
use an early look.
This
selling
stream
out.
is sponsored
Mostly
by
to the sell
TickStrike.
side.
TickStrike allows
Like
you
now,
to
all of a
actually
sudden, the
hear
early look
order
is
flow
saying 1
futures.
billion.
Okay, so yep, I'm out of that trade. AMD, let's see. 10 minutes. Uh-oh. So Baba stopped me out, but it did still. Trying to see whether SPY found support at S3. Okay. Went long here with AMD. That level is holding. We have SPY holding at S3. Stop loss here is 95.89. This is an 8 minutes, less than 8 minutes trade. SPY having holding the S3 for SPY. Stop loss here. Five minutes before the market closes. Five minutes here. Add to my position. So 4 minutes before the market closes. Last 3 minutes. Okay, out of that trade. All right, so market is now closed. All right, so just gonna do a recap. So today was a red day. did not get to manage my Tesla trade that well. So yeah, gonna end with a red day today. So let's see here. Trades that I did was, so ending the day with 631 lost here, but it is what it is. Sometimes we do have those red days, and as long as we get to manage those red days and make sure that it is still in a reasonable amount, that you don't get to blow your account. So for me, ending my day with a loss of 631. So let's look at what I did here. So for Amazon, let's see if I'm sharing my screen. Yep. All right, so Amazon was a short here. It turned out to be a, where's my pen? Turned out to be a red day because short, cover, long, and then get to, let's see here. I traded a lot of stocks today, can't even remember. All right, so for Amazon, all right, so yeah, Amazon, I went to the long and that didn't work out. So I am red by 211 with Amazon. AMD gave me a good move right here. What I saw was it already have that V reversal, so I went long, and then trailing my stop at the 5 minutes. First 5 minutes to show some sign of reversal, I was out, and I needed to give back some of the profits here because I was waiting for another bounce, but it's too close to the market closing time, and we did not get that bounce. So I needed to give some back here at this price. Let's see, next one is Baba. Baba was a short, couple of short tries here. So short here, cover, short again, cover, short, cover, and then now it's just right there. So 287 with Baba. So small green trade with Baba, just shorting all the pop. Mulan, I'm just having a small share size to the long. Yeah, just swinging some Mulan position here, very small share size. And then, so that's my swing. Tesla. Let's save the best for last. First is Disney. Disney, I was waiting for a long. So this one was a fake out right here. Did not get to read this correctly. So went long, added to my position, and then boom, got stopped out there. So that one was a red with Disney. Kind of disappointing. And then Tesla. Tesla was the trade, yeah, losing trade of the day. So here, what I did was I went long, got stopped out here. I was already green at this level, most especially when it went all the way up here. I gave it some time to move, but it did not reflect what the SPY did. SPY was having some support initially at the VWAP when I was waiting for Tesla for a bounce, and it did not happen. So Tesla broke the VWAP first, then the SPY. So SPY, let's see here. So I got stop out here. So long, stop out, long again, got stop out. Then I thought we are heading a reversal, got stop out, and this is the last stop out because we have that 1, 2, 3 triple bottom that I thought we're able to at least pop at the close, which it did not. It still went lower. So with that, yeah, Tesla was a big loss for the day. That was 952 loss for Tesla. So I did pick up some shares with AMD to the long, but just very small position just for a swing trade. I wouldn't even recommend that, especially if you're a day trader. If you're a day trader, stick with day trading. I just pick up a couple of shares right here to the long. Let's see, the support that I'm looking at here is that support there, because we did touch that low of this candlestick, and the last time we were at that level was way back in around May of this year. So just small position to the long. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to trade next week. Just gonna be going out of town. If there is a good internet connection, I might. Otherwise, that's the reason why I wanted to at least swing some of those stocks, which is small position in Mullen and small position in AMD. So I hope you guys have a better trading day than me. We'll call it a red day today, but that's how trading works. You know, you cannot be green all the time. There is gonna be some red day, and unfortunately today is one of those red day. So as long as you have a controlled risk to reward ratio and you do not let your loss become so big that you're not able to get yourself out of that hole. So 631, that's actually reasonable for my kind of trading. So we'll be back at it next time. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a good and amazing trading day, and we'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.